Thank you, Mufti Dr. Nejat Grabus, Dr. Maria Elia Zervino, and Dr. Piero Libman for this memorable experience and for bringing us in the right mood for what awaits us. And also thank you, Zhang Zhang, for this beautiful musical piece. We'll have a quick 5-minute break before our next session starts. So you may want to grab a cup of coffee or tea as we await for our upcoming interviews with our guests here at Inzal Halle.
In the meantime, let's have a look first at another video produced by our amazing youth media team.
My faith has inspired me to empowering young people, especially who are living in rural area like what I'm doing right now in Papua, so they can have a better education to help their own community.
My faith teaches me curiosity and asks of me to go out, explore the differences among us, learn how to live with them, learn how to accept them, and embrace the black things around us.
La foi Baha'i enseigne que la paix universelle est le but suprême de l'humanité. Voilà pourquoi je m'associe aux personnes de bonne volonté, sans considération de religion, de sexe, de race ou de classe, pour promouvoir la paix et l'unité à travers le monde.
My faith inspires me to fight social inequality, and I do this every day by working hard so that children have quality education.
My faith, Jainism, inspires me to practice ahimsa, non-violence, and be a voice for the voiceless. Because animals can communicate, animals have language between each other, but what they can't do is tell us humans when we are being unjust to them.
My faith has inspired me to be more mindful about the environmental effects on the clothes that I wear.
As a Seventh-day Adventist Christian, my faith teaches religious liberty and tolerance for others who do not share the same beliefs as mine. It therefore inspires me to respect the teachings and liberties of other people, thus promoting peaceful and cohesive coexistence within the community.
As a Muslim and student on the Sufi path, my faith inspires me to be of service to all of humanity and the environment that we inhabit as God's custodian on earth. I do this every day amongst my family, friends, and community.
As a Baha'i, my faith teaches the oneness of humanity and the equality of women and men. I believe that by abiding by God's guidance and helping our human family, we fulfill our purpose.
And my faith teaches me that we are our brothers and sisters' keepers, and therefore we must do all it takes to avoid conflict and live in harmony with one another.
My faith inspires me every day as it teaches me to be what some Sikhs would call a soldier saint, to fight for the rights of myself and others, particularly those who don't have a voice.
My way of life teaches that every existence is part of the eternal cosmic energy. Thus, it teaches me to love and respect one and all.
My Christian faith inspires me to work in the interfaith sector and build relationships between people of different faiths and beliefs.
As a Muslim, my faith encouraged me to fight for gender equality through a project where young people are involved in all steps. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "I argue to treat women well."
My Catholicism faith teaches the principal unit of loving your neighbor as you love yourself. This has empowered me to echo the message of togetherness to others, irrespective of your race or religious affiliations, hence eliminating racism.
Thank you so much to our amazing youth media team for this interesting piece of content, showing to us that inspiration is not a question of location and faith is a rich motivator. So, Jimena, how are you today?
I'm very well, Renz. Thank you very much, but I think we should go to the next session.
Okay, so at this point, we are honored to introduce the Heart Talk on Peace Building. Our moderator for this Heart Talk is Mr. Thomas Sparrow, who is joining us virtually and who will interview our speakers, Chief Rabbi David Rosen, Bishop Dr. Munib Yunan, and Ms. Christina Luntz. So let's see if Mr. Sparrow is already with us. Mr. Sparrow, good morning to you.
Okay.
Sorry? Yeah, it's okay, it's okay.
Okay, I
I
think
think it wasn't too obvious.
No, I just told it. I'm very well, but we go to next session.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the studio, and while you are joining us here, don't forget to also interact with us on social media, like Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Remember to use hashtags, #GenerationCDialogue, #FaithAndDiplomacy. Also, ask questions to other studio participants in advance, and share your thoughts that you had when watching the sessions.
And of course, another way for you to share your thoughts and engage with us is through our greeting platform. We really appreciate all the videos that you have already sent to us. And there were many videos actually, and we are very proud to represent a very strong community. And for now, let us see some of these videos on the greeting platform. Action.
Hello, this is Florence from Uganda, the chairperson of Interfaith Women and the Religious Council of Uganda.
Hello, I'm sending greetings to the world from Fundación Mejora.
Hello, the beloved community of Lindau.
Hi everybody, this is Kulegani Magwaza in Cape Town.
Hello, I'm Mama Shamsa from Kenya.
Welcome from Canada. Bienvenue du Québec.
Warm greetings from India.
I'm sending my greetings to the world from the Swedish Buddhist community.
Greetings from Frankfurt am Main, Germany.
Wishing all the best to all the participants and success to this conference.
When peace prevails everywhere, everything will be very fine. I support the Mission Green initiatives to keep our world green. I also support to end the gender-based violence in all forms in all the areas of the world.
Intergenerational dialogue is important because it's the only form of engagement that ensures that the voice of the young people who are the future generation is heard.
I am convinced that the good intentions in our hearts will strengthen our actions for a culture of peace and understanding in the whole world.
Together, we can bring peace to the world. Let us join hands, irrespective of our political difference, irrespective of our religious affiliations. If we join hands through Ring of Peace, through this dialogue of different generations brought together, we'll make this world a better place.
Thank you. Thank you, all speakers. God bless you and God bless all Peace, Front for Peace, this week conference. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone, to those who sent their videos. We are really happy that you are also joining us, although virtually. At this point, we would like now for you to join us with an interview with the moderator of the previous session, Mr. Thomas Sparrow, who is a Deutsche Welle political correspondent.
Welcome, Thomas, and thank you for joining us in the studio. So how was your experience on the first day of the conference?
It was actually very interesting. I mean, I come from a country, I grew up in a country that has been affected by armed conflict for a very long time, by different problems for many decades. I grew up in South America, in Colombia. And as you may know, Colombia has been going in the last few years through a peace process, a very important peace process, but also a very controversial peace process. So I was very honored to be able to discuss the issue of peace building or peacemaking, as it was also discussed during our session today, with these three speakers that above all provided very different views on what peace building is, what challenges there are, and what can be given to future generations when it comes to peace building. It was my absolute goal not only to talk about it, but also to really give a message, to make sure that people watching virtually or in Lindau could really take that conversation, take those elements into their own context, into their own realities, in order to help them transform those realities. And that has to do, as I stressed earlier, with the fact that I myself grew up in a country that was badly affected by conflict, and where peace building and human rights protection and so on have really been central topics of discussion for a very long time.
Thank you so much. Your session actually has been very enlightening. And since you just moderated this panel, what are your personal takeaways? And did anything surprise you during this panel discussion?
I would certainly say that the fact that peace building starts, I would say, at home or starts in our own hearts, that it's not something that we have to leave to politicians to discuss in big summits around the world. Peace building is not only a political topic that has to be addressed by political leaders. I think that is the main takeaway that I at least found in this session that we had just now, the fact that peace building really starts in our own communities, in our own families, in our own context as well, and that is something that we can then translate into political action. I found very interesting what Munib Yunan had to say at the beginning, specifically that peace building starts before politicians get down to work, before compromises are reached at a political level. And I would also like to stress the fact of the otherness, which I also find particularly interesting. That is something that I will take with me after this session, namely the idea that we really have to respect the others, try and understand the others, try and make sure that we understand the context from which other people are talking. For me in particular, as a journalist, as a correspondent, that will be very important because my work all the time is dealing with others. So trying to find that empathy, trying to find that connection with others, especially when it comes to the topic of peace building, in my case, covering peace building as a journalist, is certainly very important and very interesting. And that's also something that maybe people watching could also take with them, the fact that even in their own daily lives, in their own professions, in their own work, they can certainly help create a better environment, a more peaceful environment. That's where it all starts. From there, it's where it all develops.
Thank you so much for sharing this with us. I think this idea that peace building starts from home and starts from us is something that we definitely should bring from this conference. And each and every individual needs to be mobilized. It's not just political leaders, religious leaders, civil society organizations, but every possible individual. And this is a super takeaway that I hope our listeners will actually take with them. But I want to ask you one question. How does peace building affect your work as a journalist, connecting to what you just said?
It affects my work as a journalist a lot. Well, now I'm covering in particular other issues, so it's not necessarily a complete focus on peace building. But I definitely remember my time in South America when I had to deal with issues related to peace building or conflict. And it was very important for me to, first and foremost, understand what peace building is. That was something that I also wanted to achieve today in this session. That was the first part of our session, to try and understand what peace building is. It's a very big term, but also to translate it into concrete action when you're on the ground. For example, in my case as a journalist, talking to victims of armed conflict. I remember very well one coverage that I had, which was related to people who were being released after many years of kidnap, of being hostages. So all these things certainly impacted my work. And since then, I must say that I have been very interested in further developing my knowledge on not only what peace building is, but how we can improve peace building in different contexts. Something like today, the fact that we had, for example, Ms. Lunz there as well, talking about feminist foreign policy, I thought was a very interesting approach. It really complemented everything else that was discussed, but also how we can include future generations. Hence, my final question of the session today, how we can bring generations in dialogue, how we can make sure, for example, that younger generations that use social media, that are very much into the digital world, how can they also understand that peace building is not something that happens when politicians meet in some office around the world or in some palace around the world, but that it is something that starts and ends also with each one of us.
Well, thank you, especially on highlighting the important role that the youth can play, especially in peace building. And along the lines of this discussion, we also talked about, of course, religion and how it plays in the discussion in peace building. For you, how do you think religion affects the political landscape?
I grew up religiously in a very religious family. In fact, I am a very religious person. I grew up in a Catholic country, in a Catholic society. I definitely believe that religion plays a very important role when it comes to promoting a peace and a just society. I do understand what our speakers today stress, that sometimes religion has been misused, and that is something that certainly has to be addressed, that is being addressed. But at the same time, I do believe that religion has a big power to help promote change, especially in conflict-ridden societies. Colombia, for example, and sorry that I always bring that case, but it's where I grew up, is a very religious country. It's mostly Catholic, and Catholicism is a very powerful entity in Colombia, and as such, it's an entity that has to play a role not only in big political discussions when it comes to fostering peace or promoting a more peaceful society, but also in the day-to-day lives of people. I think that religion very clearly has a connection to the individual. And I think that is something that could certainly be used to try and promote more just societies, because as I stressed already in this conversation, I certainly believe, I'm an advocate of the fact that peace building starts in the individual, and religion in that sense has that potential to really help the individual to move forward when it comes to promoting peace and fostering more just and more equal societies as well.
Thank you, Thomas, for answering this question for us. We know that your interest is Central Eastern Europe, United States, and Latin America. So we were wondering, can you cite or remember examples on your work that highlights the nexus of faith and diplomacy, maybe in these contexts as well, because we know this is your interest?
One of the key elements that I particularly like about conferences like this is the fact that you also clearly understand that peace building, for example, goes beyond one particular context. So it does indeed start by the individual, but it is something that goes across borders. So someone who comes, for example, from the Balkans, a region that I am particularly interested in, or someone who comes from Latin America, there will certainly be elements in common, elements that we can learn from one another. And one of my, let's say, key works dealing with these things was trying to find those connections, trying to find those elements in general, not only with peace building or religion, but in general, where different societies can understand and can learn from one another. I think this is something that will really help develop just and equal societies, understanding that we're not alone, understanding that we can learn from other contexts. For example, what could Colombia learn from Germany's memory, or what could the Balkans learn from how other countries around the world have achieved peace, have bridged their differences. And I'm sure you know that as well, but that is certainly, I think, one of the key elements that these kinds of conferences really help to achieve. And religion in all of these cases, so in the Balkans, and you know that better than I do, or in South America, or in Europe, or in Asia, religion plays a fundamental role. And I think it plays also a fundamental role in trying to understand that we're not alone in our context, that we're not alone in our struggles, but that we can also try and find good examples, that we can also try and find good practices in people who maybe come from thousands of kilometers apart.
Beautifully said then. You talked about how peace building influences your work as a journalist, and we know the important work and the role that journalists play in dealing with the socio-political issues that we face. We wanted to know and ask you, how do you think would journalists be able to support the peace building work that we are doing?
Well, I think journalists have to understand what role they do when they're covering peace building. So journalists need to understand what are the main elements that a journalist always need to have with him or with her when doing their journalistic work. So independence, for example, transparency. So basically very high journalistic standards that need to be applied in every context, irrespective of what you're covering. So even if you're covering, I don't know, a football match, you would still need to be independent. You would still need to be, in my view, transparent. But in particular, when it comes to issues of war and peace, of armed conflict, of peace building, of human rights, I think journalists need to really have that very high on their agenda. They need to have that very clear, that if they're going to cover, if they're going to work, if they're going to report on a place which is affected by armed conflict, for instance, or affected by human rights violations, they really need to, on the one hand, understand all these concepts, something that I already mentioned, so understand what's at stake, what is peace building, and so on, and also make sure that from their own reporting, from their own profession, they do it with a very, very high and very, very clear ethical standards. I think that's a way in which we journalists can really contribute to a more peaceful society, in the understanding that we need to do a job with very high and very clear ethical standards.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I am from the Balkans, so I could actually perfectly understand what you were talking about when you were mentioning the role of religion and how we can learn from each other. So thank you very much for joining us today virtually, for the panel, and also for the interview here in the studio. We appreciate that you are creating noise about the importance of the topics that we actually speak here, and we are raising them in Lindau. So take care wherever you are, and we will see you soon because you will be moderating more.
Thank you very much.
And we have already talked to you multiple times about our virtual foyer. We would like to encourage you, of course, to once again join and participate in our virtual foyer and experience Generations in Dialogue in practice. To facilitate how it works, we have prepared a short video on teaching you on how to use our virtual foyer. So let's watch this video.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce you to the virtual foyer. By clicking at the link to the foyer on the landing page gid2021.ringforpeace.org, you will be directed to a platform where you can do many things, such as looking around for people you would like to get in contact with, meeting people or meeting speakers after their talks, get support and orientation, and inform yourself about Lindau and the event. The foyer has got some functionalities that are brand new and some of us need to learn. If you click and hold it while moving your mouse, you can move the space you see. If you scroll, it zooms you in or out. By zooming out, you can get an overview of the options that are given to you. If you click on your round symbol where you can see yourself, you can move yourself around in the room. The moment you put your circle nearby another one, you can talk to and hear each other. The further away you move, the lower the volume gets automatically. In terms of questions, please ask Mo, who awaits you in the purple support area. Have fun using the virtual foyer at the conference of the World Council of Religious Leaders on Faith and Diplomacy.
Thank you, Mo, for showing us around the virtual foyer and for all the guide videos that you have prepared for all of us. Actually, the virtual foyer is really exciting. Amina and I have tried it last night, and we can only recommend that you all try and engage with us in our virtual foyer so that even though you are not with us physically, we can still continue our engagements and our discussions and dialogue with regards to faith and diplomacy. Amina, I heard that we have another guest in our studio.
Yes, friends, you're right. We have another guest. We are very happy to share with you our second case study, which is focusing on Palestine. And we have the pleasure to introduce to you the Honorary President of Religions for Peace organization in Palestine, Bishop Dr. Munib Yunan. Bishop, welcome to the studio. We are so happy to see you here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's good to be with you.
Bishop, you were just a speaker in our previous session on peace building. So may we ask you on what are your personal takeaways from this session?
Well, I think, my personal takeaway from this session, it's very important that we emphasize the role of the youth in peace building and to encourage them to challenge us and encourage them to work to be peacemakers. And that's very important about this. And when you can hear, you see 3 different points of view, but at the same time, we concentrate together on peace building and we concentrate together how important for religious leaders to lead, by their work of justice and peace building than to sit only in the back seat and be comfortable. It's a challenge, but it's all called for all of us. Secondly, I was very happy also that the issue of gender justice was raised, and how can the youth be leading this gender justice in a patriarchal society in which many countries are living. And of course, it's very important to give this example. And thirdly, I think, if religious leaders are quiet, then the extremists will show the wrong side of religion. And that's the reason, if I put it in this way, we need robust, moderate religious leaders who will teach the real teaching of the Holy Scriptures, not their own scenarios.
Thank you, Bishop, for sharing these two very important points. Robust religious leaders who will be teaching the religious scriptures in the right manner, and for emphasizing the role of young people. It's so nice to hear from such a religious leader to be so open for young people and for intergenerational dialogue. But I would like to ask you something about Religions for Peace Palestine. We heard that Al-Lika Center has been founded in the 90s. So what is the goal of this institution, how it is set up, and how did it support peace building in Palestine among different ethnicities?
Yeah. In fact, we started this Al-Lika Center, a group of Muslims and Christians who, in 1981, when we noticed, that the biblical text was used, for the war in Lebanon. And we were not happy of that. And we wanted, because the war in Lebanon was seen to be a war among Muslims and Christians. In fact, it was a war between Muslims and Christians. It was a war, a political war for their own interests, not for the interest of the human being. And for this reason, we said in Jerusalem that we want, as Muslims and Christians, to meet and make Al-Lika Center for religious studies in order to combat extremism and in order to show that Muslims and Christians in Palestine are living together since 1,400 years. And the problem is not Islam or Christianity, the problem is extremism. And since that time, we started to have two conferences every year. One conference is in Muslim-Christian dialogue. Last time we have taken, for example, the issue of extremism. How can we together combat it, with all religious combat it, and what can we see about the real teaching of loving God and loving our neighbor. And especially, we have taken, the document of the 138 Muslim scholars in Amman that challenged Christianity, in which they said at that time that the core of Christianity and Islam, and of course also Judaism, is loving God and loving your neighbor. And for me, this is the core of religion, loving God and loving your neighbor. And we have to teach it. It's not for granted. It's not for granted, that people love the neighbor. For them, as the neighbor is the one who thinks like them. It's not the neighbor also the one who is different. And today, this is the reason we are founding, that there is violation of human rights, there is racism, white supremacy, and just name it. You see, there is misogynic, atmospheres, and we have to challenge it. And that's the reason we are doing this thing. And secondly, we had, always another conference on local theology or contextual theology, liberation theology, in which we tried to find, to teach how can you read the Bible and the Quran, and especially the Bible, in the right way, because you must be aware in the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, you have so many, right-wing politicians and right-wing theologians that are using the Bible to oppress me and oppress my people and use their own scenarios. And I think, of course, many of our people have lost their faith because they said, if God is the one who is calling for war and the one is that my country will be usurped and so on, I don't want this. So we wanted really, as religious leaders from the Catholics, the Orthodox, Lutherans, Anglican, all together, the group, we met and we started to teach our people how we can contextualize the Bible and see it from its message, not from some texts which are problematic. And of course, that is really part of the peace building when you teach the people how to read the Bible in the right way. You know, another thing which we have taught also is the declaration, where, of course, where the Pope and the chief Imam of Al-Azhar has signed in Abu Dhabi, in which you see it teaches about global justice, about the need of lasting peace, and in which it's based off what's the late good friend of mine, Hans King, has said, that there cannot be peace in the world unless there is peace among religious leaders. And of course, in that document also, they are dealing with the equality of women with gender justice. And that's very important to teach, that there are people, there are religious leaders in the world that swim against the wave. And they are teaching the right thing. That's what Al-Liqa is doing in Palestine. And that's what we are doing, you know, with our people. And we are building a society which is peaceful.
Bishop, you told us that Al-Liqa Center is, of course, focusing on religious studies, that you have a collection of the work of Muslim scholars, and of course, that you teach the right way of reading our scriptures. And we know that the Al-Liqa Center is also known as a multi-religious hub for knowledge. We wanted to ask you, why is spiritual and theological knowledge important, especially in the context of peace building?
Well, let me put it in this way. Peace building is spiritual. I didn't really start to do peace building because I thought it's a good activity. It's because I believe in God, that He is my Savior, and I am called from my biblical text to be a peacemaker, because in the Beatitudes, God said, blessed are the peacemakers. And it's important that my call is to do it. So when I do it, when I meet with Jews, with Muslims, with other religions, and hear their points of view or their theological understanding of things, it deepens my spirituality. It doesn't weaken it. It deepens it and helps me to build on it. And it helps me to be a spiritual person in working for peacemaking. So if I don't have that spirituality, I don't want to be a peacemaker. Because if you think it's an activity, I want to do it in order people to say it's a good word. No, I don't want the praise of people. I want to do it because I want to have a clear conscience. I have taught the others to love their neighbor as themselves, even their enemy. Even if you differ with them politically, this is a spiritual work, peace building. And it's an important piece, the spiritual work in our world. And that's the reason when politicians we don't want religious leaders because they speak about in a different word. I disagree totally. We religious leaders, if we have the deep spirituality, we can do this. But if we don't really have that spirituality, I'm sorry to tell you, all our work will be futile. Only if you have deep spirituality, you can be a peacemaker.
Thank you very much, Bishop Yunan. I think we are almost ending our conversation here. So we should actually transit to the main hall. So thank you very much for being with us. But I have one last question for you, actually.
God bless you.
I apologize. Can we ask you one more question?
Next year.
Okay. I apologize, Bishop Yunan. Actually, are you still with us?
I am with you.
Can I ask you one more question? Just one more question.
Me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, with pleasure.
I have only one more question for you that we ask all participants who are representing case studies. Can you share with us what shall other IRCs of the RFP actually, and religious leaders and diplomats learn from the RFP Palestine? And can you share with us this importance of working multi-religiously? What is this added value of multi-religious work that they can learn from?
Well, if I compare 30 years ago and today, we are in a better than we used to. Why? Because the IRC and others are doing their work with the religious leaders. I mean, today when I am in the world, I cannot find a place where there isn't an interfaith dialogue among the different religions, because people have learned that this is very crucial. Why? Because politicians speak of interests. They don't care. We speak about the value of human being, the value of dignity, the value of peace, the value of reconciliation. This teaching of the values which I have presented challenge the politicians and challenge religious leaders who do not want to be on the peace circle. And in this way, we can change our world. This is the reason. Do not underestimate, even if you have a small group, this small group can be yeast in the dough of your society. It can change it because God is working in the peacemakers.
Thank you so much, Bishop Yunan, for sharing with us the work that you have been doing, especially in Religions for Peace Palestine, and for giving us an insight with your experiences. Your enthusiasm and the work and passion that you have is truly inspiring.
Thank you very much. God bless you both. And please greet all the youth. Tell them we love them and go forward with your peace building.
We will. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So at this point, we want to encourage you once again to not forget that you have the possibility to ask questions to our guests in the studio beforehand using the Faith and Diplomacy and Generations in Dialogue. Please find the program online on our event page.
Now let's go back to the main hall, of course, where the Peace and Security, the Multi-Religious Imperative Panel will take place. The moderator for our panel is Her Excellency, Ambassador Marie-Therese Pictet-Altang, and she's joined by our speakers, Mr. Steve Kililea, Honorable Leila Al-Kafaji, and His Eminence Archbishop Justin Welby. We have with us Ms. Irmgard Maria Fellner, Reverend Clement Joseph, Ms. Opor Sri Susan, and His Majesty Sultan Muhammad Saad Abu Bakr III. Let's go to the main hall.
Thank you, Marie-Therese, for moderating this wonderful panel. My name is Ben Meus. It is my pleasure and honor to take over temporarily the conference host studio from Amina and Renz for the next hour. For your background, I am a program officer for the Interfaith Rainforest Initiative, which is a flagship multi-faith alliance for which Religions for Peace serves as a founding and implementing partner. With this program, Religions for Peace works closely with the Global Interfaith Partnerships and the United Nations Environment Programme to bring moral urgency and faith-based leaderships to global efforts to end tropical deforestation and protect the rights of the indigenous peoples that serve as their guardians. Lots of exciting work has happened on that front, so we'll have the opportunity during this conference also to learn about the work and achievements of this initiative. Be sure to tune in. But before that, we will show a little video. We all know that symbols play a key role in shaping communities all over the world. And this is not different in the context of Religions for Peace and Ring for Peace. Since the 10th World Assembly of Religions for Peace, which was called Caring for Our Common Future, in 2019, there is a ring throning at the Luipold Park in Lindau. We have asked Gisbert Bachmann, the constructor of the ring, to answer some questions to us regarding that ring.
So, hello everyone. My name is Gisbert Bachmann from Germany. I'm a sculptor and designer of wooden objects, and I want to talk about the Ring for Peace I created 2 years ago. So I hold some questions I want to talk about, these questions. So first question, no. At first I want to talk about this around me. It's my newest project, a structure from a molecule, a polymer molecule, and it's 18 meters of a beam banded. So we are just finished, and now we want to clean it a little bit and then transport it to Mainz, to an institute. They want to have it. So the Ring for Peace, and the question for that. How did you happen to become the Ring for Peace constructor? So this is very simple. The chief of the German team of Religion for Peace gave me a ring and asked me, are you able to think about the idea of a ring, a big ring, a sign of coming together, talking together, religion for peace for the next worldwide conference in Lindau am Bodensee. So I said, sure, I'd love to do that, to think about it. And it was very less time. So after 3 or 4 days, I find a solution, a ring in a special shape of a Möbius band. So this is something, if you have a paper and cut it and turn it, so you have the inside coming outside and the outside coming inside. And yeah, so I make a little model and talk about it. They love it and said, okay, let's do it. Let's talk about the price and all the details in the construction, how big it have to be in this park. And yeah, first we want to put it in the water, half a ring, so the reflection show the completely ring, but it was too complicated at last. So we have this wooden construction in a park. So they ask for the meaning. How would you describe the meaning of the Ring for Peace? Yeah, what's the meaning of this conference, of this organization Religion for Peace. Of course, they want to bring different religions of the world on one table and ask them or let them talk together. And this is a great idea, and I love this idea and want to illustrate it in this ring. So bringing different elements together and make a ring from that. So easily you have different boards and some bands, connect them, so you have this form. The Möbius band is the important creation, I would say, I had. Because this is a scion. It's a scion, it's very strong, it's very basic. And it's not used. I don't know. Maybe it is used, but there are a lot of very strong science in our world. But this one is very strong and no one used it. So I thought this organization should have a really strong sign. And so I gave it to them as an idea. And this chief of the German team, Ulrich Schneider is his name. He was here in my workspace, and we find out how big it have to be outside. 6 meters, 7.5, something around 7.5. Okay. Next step was the static engineers. They have to control my idea. It's stable enough, wind, weather, maybe climbing, bad boys. So it stays by his own. And I find a genius one in Switzerland. And I forgot his name. Yeah, to become old, it's horrible. Yeah, he find a wonderful solution. He make it lighter, cancel some elements. I thought they are useful, but he said, no, it's not necessary. So it becomes more simple, more clear in the form. And also the connection to the earth, to the foundation was very intelligent, very small. So I loved his solutions. He and his network in Switzerland and in the south of Germany and in Austria, they at last there were only 6 weeks, I think, 6 weeks till the opening of the conference. And there was a company in the Black Forest in the south of Germany, and they connect all the parts and mount them. So they had 4 parts and mount them in the park. It was great to see that, and I would love to do it by myself, by hand, but I don't know. It's not in this short time. It was magic to see that, how they did it. And the only thing I had to do was different woods, kind of woods, different trees from all over the world, different colors, different structures and textures, add them, because the construction by themselves couldn't made from different kind of soft and hard wood, and so, but we can add it. So all the ends of the boards get a little piece of wood from different countries, different color, different, wonderful kinds of wood. So I made them and add them, and at last it stay there, the opening there, and as an example of all these different kind of woods from all over the world, like different religions from all over the world, we made little sticks, wooden sticks, different colors, and gave them as a present to all the attendees. I learned it's called. So last question. What message do you, as a constructor of the Ring for Peace, have to the public and to the attendees of the conference? Yeah, I have no message. I find a nice form as a gift to this wonderful people. They bring religion and people together, talk to each other. So this is the message, and to find a strong form and about all the details I was talking about. Yeah. So that's all, I think. Have a good time and do come together, talk about peace and the future of our wonderful planet. So I hope the religions of this world, I'm sure, they are powerful influencers, so they can use this power to get peace all over the world. We need it to grow and to have a nice life. So have a good time. Bye-bye. One sentence I have to say still. The name of the Switzerland specialist for wood construction is Hermann Blumer. Hermann Blumer, make it possible. Yeah. And the company in the Black Forest is Amann Holzbau. Oh, it's great as well. You have to know that. Sorry, I forgot it. Yeah.
What a great video. During this video, the studio has now slowly been populated with journalists who are coming for a very special event, which will be taking place now here. In line with the commitment of Religions for Peace to uplift the voices of indigenous peoples in respect for their human rights, their distinct cultures, their traditional knowledge, their spirituality, it is an honor to sit here today with grandfather Dominic Rankin and grandmother Marie-Josie Rankin-Tardif for our press talk. Grandmother Rankin-Tardif is president of the Kinnewit Together and elder from the Algonquin tradition. She is the life partner of grandfather Dominic Rankin, who is the Algonquin hereditary chief, hereditary grand chief, to be exact, and a co-president at Religions for Peace. Together they wrote the Chief Rankin's autobiography, which is called On nous appelait les sauvages, translated, They Called Us Savages, relating his youth in a native residential school, which we will touch upon today as well. Before we jump into the conversation, we would like to show you a short introductory video about the foundation of grandfather Dominic Rankin.
They proudly wore their moccasins, walking in the millennial footsteps of their ancestors. Proud, free, sovereign, in love with Mother Earth. Then one day, the Great Tear. After the loss of the territory and the imposition of reserves, the Canadian authorities gave the final blow by creating the residential schools for little savages. Hereditary Chief Dominic Rankin is one of the survivors of this dark period in our history. once a victim of unimaginable abuse at Saint-Marc-de-Figuerie Residential School, he now claims to be victorious. The long road of healing that led him to his legendary happiness, Elder Dominic now devotes to healing, the transmission of indigenous knowledge, and reconciliation between all nations.
C'est la raison pourquoi on a bâti la Fondation Dominic Rankin. C'est de réaliser le rêve de guérison.
The Dominic Rankin Foundation helps First Peoples to get back on their feet after endless trials. Suicide rates in communities are still so high, and the wounds of the past are constantly being rekindled. With the discovery of anonymous children's graves in recent months on the grounds of former residential schools, we have all become aware of the magnitude of the drama that was played out in secret in our shared history. If you too have been touched by these discoveries, you can do something about it. You can contribute to the Foundation's mission and participate with us in the three main components of our mission: healing, sharing, and protecting. Our goal for this first fundraising campaign is $75,000. Thanks to you, we will be able to contribute to the healing of intergenerational trauma, sharing of indigenous cultures with all, and allow the protection of their precious knowledge. Let's take concrete action together to heal the wounds and repair our history. Thanks to you, they will be able to put their moccasins back on proudly.
Welcome back in the studio, and welcome grandfather Chief Dominic Rankin, grandmother Marie-Josée Rankin-Tardif. It's an absolute honor to have you here. Thank you so much for being with us, for your openness to share your work, your story with the world through this book, which I hope we can zoom into at some point, and committing yourself through the work of your foundation to, as you mentioned, a dream of healing, of reconciliation after what you referred to as a dark period, and rightfully so for your lives, and I understand for the Indigenous peoples in Canada and perhaps beyond. A note to all virtual participants, please ask your questions through the Q&A function of the webinar. We understand from your video, from your foundation, that in a sense this dark period that you referred to is still not fully resolved. Hence also the need for your work, for the foundation that you are stewarding. As you said, there are still high suicide rates among your communities, and we all know that the world recently was in utter shock with recent discoveries of thousands of unmarked graves and mass graves of Indigenous children in Canada. Historically, we know that over about 150,000 of Indigenous children had been sent to residential schools in Canada and paid a high price. The consequences on the physical, cultural, spiritual integrity of your peoples have just been unspeakable, almost unimaginable. So it's an honor and a privilege for us to be able to take note of your history, and thank you for sharing that with us. Grandfather Rankin, in your book, you're remembering these violations and injustices that happened to you and your people in your childhood. You were one of the children that was forcefully sent to a residential school. When reading through your book, it's impossible not to feel the pain you've been through, the suffering you've felt and seen, and that you carry. What made you decide to share your story with the world? How long did it take for you to do that? Why now?
décidé d'écrire le livre?
Pour grandir, premièrement.
In order to grow,
Et je crois à la vie.
and because I believe in life.
C'est jamais facile de parler.
It's never easy to talk about all this.
Juste le petit film qu'on a vu, ça m'a touché beaucoup.
Only with this little video I was touched.
Et mais je suis très fier de participer à cette écriture.
But I'm really proud to have written the book.
J'ai décidé de participer pour aider tous les survivants du passionnat.
I decided to participate into this project of writing the book, thinking of all the people who survived the residential schools.
Ce n'est pas juste vers les autochtones, c'est pour tout le monde dans le monde entier.
But the idea was not only for them, the message of the book is for everyone in the world.
C'est mon meilleure thérapie.
It was my best therapy,
Et c'est pour ça que je suis assis ici.
and that's why I'm sitting here. I'm happy also to speak my language. My father always said, stand up and look at your brothers and sisters. There are many gifts given by the Creator. And again, we can walk with life in the forest, and as well in our canoe. And I'm happy to be here with you all. I'm very proud of who I am today.
Thank you, Grandfather. That's very touching. And again, I believe I speak for all of us who are here. What an honor to hear from your story, and your presence here is a remarkable gift to all of us. Grandfather, as you say, you're here. You're also here carrying a title of co-president of Religions for Peace. Despite the hardships that you and your people have endured at the hands of religious missionaries, priests, nuns, you're here working together hand in hand with the religious leaders of the world to foster understanding, cooperation, dialogue. In this book, you talk about a very important moment in a sweat lodge where your father, he brought you and your healing started. Could you elaborate on how these issues relate?
J'ai passé par beaucoup des émotions, de souffrance.
After the residential school, of course, I went through lots of emotion and suffering.
Et je pouvais plus dormir ni manger.
I was not able to sleep or eat.
Et j'étais très blessé.
And I was really wounded.
J'étais très en colère après les humains.
I was very angry at every human being.
J'avais beaucoup de jugements des gens qui m'ont fait du mal.
Judging a lot the people who hurt me.
Et j'ai jugé aussi l'Église catholique.
I was also judging the Catholic Church.
Je ne suis pas comme ça.
But this is not who I am.
Et il faut que je prenne beaucoup d'initiations pour guérir.
I had to go across many initiations in order to heal.
C'est mon père qui m'a mis debout sur la terre.
I can say it's my dad who made me stand up again on the earth.
Mais j'ai eu de la misère à l'accepter, mon père.
But at first I had trouble accepting my own father.
Parce que j'avais des jugements, j'avais la haine envers mes parents.
Because I also started judging my parents and having hatred towards them.
Je me suis posé toujours des questions. Pourquoi qui m'ont laissé aller tout seul.
because I used to wonder why they let me go alone in that school.
Je suis un enfant de la forêt.
I'm a child of the forest.
J'ai jamais vu la violence avant.
And before the school, I've never seen violence before.
J'ai choisi de suivre mon père
I chose to follow my dad that day
après d'avoir réconcilié avec lui.
after reconciliating with him.
On est partis tous les deux.
We went, both of us,
On est allé voir une nation qui s'appelle Ojibwe.
to meet another First Nation called the Ojibwe people.
Je me souviens quand même de tout, malgré tout ce que j'avais dans la colère.
I remember, even though I was so angry,
On a traversé, on a pris la rivière tout le long, environ 15 kilomètres.
we went for 15 kilometers on a river.
Et j'ai vu plein de personnes devant moi.
And then I saw many people waiting for us on the shore.
J'avais dit à mon père de ne pas parler sa langue sale.
And I remember that day telling my dad that he shouldn't speak his dirty language.
Parce qu'on m'a dit chaque fois que je parlais ma langue sale qu'il me couperait.
Because in school I was told that each time I would speak my dirty language, my tongue would be cut.
Et mon père, j'ai vu parler sa langue sale.
So my dad was speaking his dirty language.
Je t'avais dit, papa, de ne pas parler.
And I said, Dad, don't speak that
Je vais
way.
être puni encore une autre.
Because once again, I'll be punished.
Et j'ai suivi mon père quand même.
But nevertheless, I followed my dad.
J'ai vu un petit village avec des tipis.
And we came to this small village with teepees.
J'ai marché avec un aîné.
And I walked with this elder.
Puis l'aîné, il a mis son bras sur mon épaule.
This elder put his arm around my shoulder.
Je l'ai poussé.
And I pushed him.
Parce que c'est comme ça qu'on a été traités.
Because that's how we were treated and that's how it started.
Avant la violence.
Before the violence came.
Puis il m'a parlé, il m'a dit, je t'amène dans un endroit où les gens t'attendent.
So the elder said, I'm taking you to a place where the people are waiting for you.
On a traversé le village.
We went across the village.
Et j'ai vu un peu plus loin 4 sweat lodges.
And there were 4 sweat lodges.
Il y en avait un sweat lodge qui était réservé pour moi.
And one of them was dedicated for me.
Et les autres, les gens qui voulaient faire Madado avec moi, le sweat lodge.
And other people also were in the other sweat lodges.
Et quand j'ai arrivé, j'ai rentré immédiatement dans le sweat lodge.
So I came into this sweat lodge.
Il y avait des gens assis là.
People were sitting inside, beautiful people.
Il y avait tous des tambours.
With their drums.
Et le premier coup de tambour,
and at the first beat,
ça m'a ramené chez moi.
I was brought back home.
Parce que j'ai chanté.
When I used to sing.
J'ai joué avec mon tambour.
And playing with my sacred drum.
Et c'est là que je suis revenu.
And that helped me coming back.
Et j'ai crié.
And then I cried and screamed.
Et le grand-père m'a demandé pourquoi.
The grandfather asked me why.
Est-ce que tu sais pourquoi tu es ici?
Do you know why you're here?
J'ai dit non, c'est mon père qui m'a amené.
I said no, it's only my dad who took me here.
Il dit ici c'est la place de guérison.
He said here is the healing place.
Et la porte s'est fermée.
They closed the door.
Et là j'ai pleuré, j'ai crié.
I cried and screamed.
Je voulais sortir de là.
Because I wanted to go out.
Puis j'ai fini par rester parce que les tambours ils ont commencé à chanter aussi.
But when the drums started, I ended up staying.
Et après, c'était les questions.
And then I heard those questions.
L'aîné m'a demandé,
The elder asked,
tu sais pourquoi tu es ici?
you know why you're here?
J'ai dit non.
I said no.
Ils dit, on va te dire
We'll
pourquoi.
tell you why.
Les aînés veulent que tu reviennes.
The elders want you to come back.
Et tu sais pourquoi
And you
aussi.
know why you're here?
J'ai des questions à te poser.
I have questions to
Je veux
ask
que
you.
tu me dises la vérité.
I want you to tell me the truth.
Il dit qui t'a violé?
Who raped you?
J'ai nommé les missionnaires,
I said, the missionary people,
des religieuses,
nuns,
des frères,
brothers,
les blancs.
white people.
Et ça, je voulais sortir.
And I was angry. I wanted to
Le
come
grand-père
out.
il m'a dit, tu restes ici.
And the grandfather said, no, you stay here now.
Il faut que tu apprennes comment, faut que tu marches comme un guerrier.
You have to learn to walk like a warrior when you come out of here.
Ils disent, on va te dire qui t'a violé.
We will tell you who raped you.
Il dit, c'est tout simplement, c'est l'homme malade et la femme malade.
It's simply the sick man and the sick woman.
Tous les jugements, il a tombé.
All the judgment fell down.
C'est moi malade, c'est pas les autres.
I was the one who was also sick, not the others.
Mais j'avais besoin des hommes médecins et les femmes médecins.
And I needed those medicine men and women.
Alors pour moi, c'est un gros pas que j'ai fait.
And that day for me was a big step forward.
Puis je suis très fier qui je suis.
And I'm very proud of who I
Je suis
am now.
Anishinaabe aujourd'hui.
I'm Anishinaabe today.
Thank you for sharing that story. In your story and in the mission statement sort of your foundation as well, it seems that your path to healing is actually a path of return, of reconciliation. You mention what's the word, to proudly wear your mokasa again.
Moccasins, yeah.
How does this relate to your mission of the foundation that you started?
Maybe I can answer. And I will start by answering about a trip we made in South Africa once. We were invited there by someone who used to be a minister into Mr. Mandela's government. And we were asking him how did they manage to reverse apartheid, and he said, you know, everybody thinks that it started when Mr. Mandela came out of jail, but he said actually during all those years we had only one mission. It was to go to all the townships, meet all the black people, and help them find their pride again. And that reminded me of what Shamis keeps saying. It all started for him the same way. It starts with being proud of your culture. So that's why our work today is about that, because so you hear things that are very, very disturbing from his own story, but you understand that what happened is that they were trying to cut them from their own past, their own roots, their own language, everything. So today the work is to help these young people and adults also to find their pride again. That's how healing can start. And this is what we do. This is the main thing. You have no idea how suffering it is for someone to not know where you come from. I see it every day when we receive those groups of indigenous people coming for healing. Est-ce que tu veux rajouter autre chose? It's a very long process of healing, and we must all go forward. Peut-être dans ton micro. Speak down.
Je suis pas habitué à ça. Mais je suis ici pour une raison aussi.
I'm here for one reason too.
Et je viens ici parce que j'ai jugé beaucoup de toutes sortes de différentes religions.
And I come here today because I used to judge a lot of people from different religions.
Je viens me réconcilier.
And I come to reconciliate.
Puis de demander pardon.
And I come to ask for forgiveness
à tous les gens
to all the
que je
people
rencontre aujourd'hui.
that I used to judge and I meet today.
Quand je quitte, ça fait plusieurs fois que je viens ici, quand je retourne chez moi, je suis encore plus léger.
It's not the first time I come here, but each time I come back home, I'm more and more light.
Mon rôle, c'est continuer à vraiment parler de la paix à l'intérieur.
And my role is keeping on talking about inner peace.
S'il faut aller dans la réconciliation, il faut avoir la vérité avant.
If we want reconciliation, we have to start with truth first.
Je suis heureux aujourd'hui. Je suis heureux aujourd'hui.
I'm happy today.
Mm-hmm. Well, it personally makes me happy to see you happy after reading and talking to you. It's such a blessing to hear from you. You also mentioned that, of course, it's for the indigenous peoples. Have you been able to share this book with broader communities? You also mentioned it's for non-indigenous peoples. So it's a very broad and opening initiative that you are sort of partaking in. And I remember we have met before, and you talked about the eagle condor prophecy and your intention to bring together peoples from all over the world and continue bolstering a collective healing. Could you maybe share your insights on what you see the world is in need of and how you are, wishing to contribute to that?
Ça fait longtemps qu'il existe cette vision-là.
This vision exists since a long time.
Toutes les aînés qui avaient cette vision-là, ils sont toutes partis.
And all the elders who used to have this vision are now gone.
On a repris cette vision-là.
But we came back to their vision.
Parce qu'il faut qu'on soit reconnu aussi. Notre métier, c'est comme un métier, c'est une mission. On a une mission à faire dans la vie.
We have a job, and we want our job to be recognized. Everybody has a mission in life.
Et par chez nous, on n'est pas trop reconnu.
And home, we're not that recognized.
Il y a trop de pouvoir.
Because there is still so much power, too much power.
On prend notre temps.
But we take our time.
C'est le temps qui va tout replacer les affaires.
And time will make things right.
Dans notre vision, dans notre mentalité, il faut qu'on marche comme une tortue.
The way we see things is that we all have to walk like a turtle.
Et c'est elle qui nous montre comment marcher aujourd'hui.
She's teaching us how to walk.
Alors, on va réussir cet rassemblement-là.
And we'll be able to make this gathering.
Il faut que toutes les aînés, les hommes médecine et les femmes médecine, aient la même parole.
We want all the medicine men and women to have the same voice.
Et il y a beaucoup de jeunes qui arrivent et c'est ça qu'on voudrait donner la place aux jeunes aussi avec nous.
And we want
accompagnés par un jeune.
To give the future generations, the young generations, also a voice.
Il ne faut pas que si jamais un jour je pars, ça prendra quelqu'un, un remplaçant.
If one day I leave this world, we have to have other people to succeed.
J'ai déjà 10 avec moi.
I have 10 students with me. Also, Ben spoke about the prophecies. So you mentioned the eagle condor prophecy, but there's also a very important prophecy in our tradition, which is called the prophecy of the 7 fires. And it's quite amazing because they predicted what happened. For instance, what we told you earlier, all the trials that the First Nations had to go through. But it was also predicted that one day there would be an occasion for all the nations to come back together. And, well, this is what we're experiencing here. And they were saying that eventually the humankind would have to make one big decision to choose between 2 paths, the path of technology or the path of spirituality. Mm-hmm. Technology is not bad in itself, but if we go, too much into it without having connection with your own soul, your own spirit, then the destruction comes. So we're facing that now, and that's why we're also doing what we're doing.
On travaille beaucoup avec la prophétie chaque jour.
We work with this prophecy every day.
Puis on voit qu'est-ce qui s'en vient.
And we see what's happening and coming.
Le 6e feu parle qu'on va tous se réunir comme des frères et sœurs.
Within
Une
the
seule
prophecy,
famille dans le monde entier.
The 6th fire, so the 6th step, says that we will reunite brothers and sisters from all over the world.
On est en plein dans le 5e feu.
And now we consider that we are in the 5th fire.
On commence à parler qu'on appelle la réconciliation.
Starting to talk about reconciliation.
On va réussir.
And we'll succeed.
Qu'est-ce que je vois ici avec
What I see here,
la région épais? Et
with Religions for Peace,
c'est ces gens-là qu'on appelle de nouveaux visages.
we call them the new faces.
Alors, ces nouveaux visages, ces nouveaux
These
visages,
new people, new persons,
c'est nous tous en fin de compte,
it's us all here
qu'on va réussir à aller chercher le 6e feu.
who will be able to light the 6th and 7th fire.
Le 7e feu, ça va être très important.
The 7th fire will be important.
Tout va revenir
Everything will
normal.
come back to normal.
La terre maman,
Mother Earth
il va y avoir des guérisons elle
will
aussi.
be healed.
Mais là, c'est pas demain que ça va se
But
passer.
it's not for tomorrow.
Peut-être que je vais avoir de la barbe.
Maybe I'll have beard when that happens.
I can give you some of mine if you to speed up the process. But I'm happy to be part of that process here with you as well. And hopefully these new faces, as you mentioned, will be the carriers of a new future for us. And just very blessed again to have you with us. And before I ask a question from the journalists, just to confirm very briefly, there's an ongoing fundraiser with your foundation. Is that related to the Bringing Together of Nations?
Well, first of all, there's this small fundraising. It's a crowdfunding that was in the video. So this is specifically for projects for children from the First Nation in Canada, and also for adults who are suffering from the wounds of the residential schools. But also afterwards, there are projects like the one we're mentioning. So Shumis has this dream of reuniting elders from South America, Central America, and North America, according to a prophecy that is called the Condor Eagle prophecy. So we want to organize a big gathering in Montreal in 2023. So of course, any money for that is accepted. We're really working hard on that one too.
That's great to know. That's great to know. I gather we have 10 minutes now with questions from the journalists. I wonder if there's any question with us at the stage. And if not, then I will revert here to a question we have received from one of our journalists. The question is, Chief Rankin, you say you don't judge because you do not identify with what has happened. But what about affective emotions? How can you handle them without pushing them away? So a question about how you are dealing with this.
Alors, la personne, la journaliste ou le journaliste veut savoir comment, parce que là, tu as dit que tu ne jugeais pas, tout ça, mais comment tu as fait pour dealer avec toutes les émotions sans les rejeter? Comment on fait quand on a plein d'émotions? Comment, ton micro?
J'ai commencé par moi-même.
I started with myself.
À trouver l'amour à l'intérieur.
To find love within myself first.
Et quand ça, c'est l'amour inconditionnel, alors pour moi, j'ai réussi à trouver le petit garçon qui était écrasé par la violence.
I was able to meet the little boy again, the little boy that was crushed through violence.
Et les enseignements de mon père aussi qui m'ont aidé beaucoup.
The teachings from my father also helped a lot.
Mon père il me disait embarque dans l'eau pour te nettoyer, pour te laver, parce
For
que
instance,
l'eau c'est sacré pour nous.
My dad used to say, go into the water because water is sacred and it's going to heal you, wash you.
Et il m'a parlé aussi après, donne-toi tout à toi.
And another teaching he was telling me is always give yourself everything. first.
Quand tu auras trouvé l'amour pour les autres, là, tu vas pouvoir dire je
So
t'aime.
if you find love for yourself, then you can love the others.
C'est ça que j'ai trouvé à l'intérieur. J'aime tout le monde maintenant. Avant, je n'aimais pas les hommes ni les femmes.
Before, I didn't love men or women, but now I can love everyone.
Je suis capable de dire maintenant des hommes dans le visage, les yeux dans les yeux, je t'aime.
I can look at a man in the eyes and say, I love you, my brother.
À dire à ma soeur, je t'aime, ma soeur.
And tell a sister, I love you, my sister.
Il a fallu que je quitte cette violence que je me donnais à moi.
I had to leave this violence that I was inflicting to myself. Mais comment tu t'es débarrassé des émotions? Le Sweat Lodge?
Oui, j'ai fait beaucoup de Sweat Lodge.
So,
pas rien qu'une fois.
To get rid of all these emotions, we needed a lot of Sweat Lodges. That's where this is the beauty of the traditional medicine, is that you never try to cover emotions, and you have this beautiful ritual that is called the Sweat Lodge, that is meant for that, where you can cry all your tears, and your body also cries because of the heat. The heat helps us to open. And then you have the wonderful teachings of elders who've been through the same thing first. So they help you get rid of all the emotions and scream if you need to. It's a safe place. And also the talking circles, if I may talk about that.
Please.
I must say, when we started sharing lives, then I can tell you that there was not a single week where Shumis was not having a nightmare from the residential school. Almost once or twice a week, there was those huge nightmares. And I was not telling him, but I was worried because it was the first time I was meeting someone with so many traumas. But I still believed into healing for everyone. I thought, otherwise it's not fair, Everybody has the same right for healing. And then the Canadian government in 2008 offered official apologies, and I saw how collectively that can be powerful. It was really powerful. And then we wrote the book, and then because of the book, we had more and more requests for conferences and interviews. And then we had the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in Canada, which was a huge movement. And slowly I saw the nightmares disappearing. And that made me understand that healing starts with talking. In a safe space, a healing space, and you have the proof afterwards that it's possible to heal everything. If he can, everybody can. Ton micro.
J'ai pris aussi l'esprit sauvage.
And I consider that I came back to this savage spirit.
Avant, j'aimais pas me faire appeler sauvage.
In the past, I didn't like to be called a savage.
Mais aujourd'hui, j'adore.
But today, I love it.
Parce que je suis redevenu un petit garçon de la forêt.
Because I came back to this little boy from the forest.
Comme des animaux.
Like an animal.
Les animaux, ils n'ont pas de barrière.
Animals don't have any barrier.
Je suis bien dans la forêt aujourd'hui.
I feel good in the forest today.
Many questions in my head, but I'm going to take one from the journalist. In your opinion, Chief Rankin, of course, we're here in a conference, intergenerational dialogue. You speak about, finding that young boy inside, considering the many challenges I imagine youth are faced with also today on so many fronts. What does our world need from the younger generations?
From the younger in general,
in the entire world? In general, yeah.
Okay. Qu'est-ce que le monde a besoin de la part des jeunes aujourd'hui? Qu'est-ce que les jeunes doivent faire
Il faut parler avec eux. Premièrement, il faut s'approcher.
We have to speak to them and get closer to the younger generations.
Ça, c'est les futures générations, vraiment. Là.
We are talking about the real future generations.
Dans ma génération, à moi, on m'a été coupé plusieurs choses.
My judgment is always the answer.
Et pour moi, c'est... J'ai vu de cette façon-là.
This is how I live today.
Aujourd'hui, c'est tellement vite.
Because today everything is so fast.
Avec la technologie.
With technology.
Ce qui n'existait pas dans mon temps.
Things that were not existing in my time.
Je vois aller aujourd'hui les enfants.
And I see the children today.
Je parle de chez nous, là, les jeunes chez moi.
I'm talking about the children in my home.
Ils pensent plus d'aller dans la forêt.
They don't think about the forest anymore.
Et la technologie est tellement forte pour eux.
Technology is so overwhelming for
Moi, j'ai
them.
appris plein d'éducation dans la forêt chez nous parce qu'on est des gens visuels.
My education comes from the forest and it's a visual education.
Et j'essaie de comprendre la technologie parce que toutes les réponses sont là.
I try to understand the technology.
Mais les aînés, ils disaient faites attention à la
But
technologie.
the elders were telling us to be careful with technology.
Ils disent vous allez oublier vous-même.
Because you will forget yourself.
Mais on n'est rien contre la technologie.
I have nothing against it.
Mais il faut aller délicatement.
But you have to go slowly.
Il faut libérer l'esprit de temps en temps.
And you have to free your spirit once in a while.
J'ai dit souvent chez nous, allez à la chasse, vous êtes des chasseurs, des trappeurs, des pêcheurs.
I often tell my people, you are hunter, fisher, trappers.
Il faut donner tout aux enfants.
We have to give everything to the children.
Demain, ça va être trop tard.
Tomorrow will be too late.
Thank you for that, Chief Franken and Marie-Josée Tardif. Grandmother, we will see if there's any questions still from the journalists physically present here, if any. Yes?
Maybe you can tell us how many indigenous people are still living in Canada, and are they living still in a traditional way or nobody?
Elle demande combien d'Autochtones au Canada, puis s'ils vivent encore de
So the
façon
question
traditionnelle.
is, just to relay, the question is, do you know how many indigenous peoples more or less still live in Canada? Do they still live traditionally?
I can answer the first part. According to the last census, there are about 1 million indigenous people of over 37. I think we're 37 in Canada, not 37 million. And do they live traditionally? Est-ce qu'ils vivent encore traditionnellement?
Oui, il y en a encore qui vivent traditionnellement, mais c'est différent. La génération est passée, la génération qui vivait régulièrement dans la forêt.
So the generation who used to live totally in the forest is gone now, but many are still really in touch with the tradition, but it's a bit different. They have one foot in the modern world and another foot really well anchored into where they come from. So in general, we would say it's this way.
Mais c'est pas eux qui veulent pas y aller. Hein. On est tous réglementés comme tout le monde.
And the difficulty comes from all the rules and laws nowadays. It's not as simple as it used to be, just on the territory issue. It's not simple.
Dans ma génération, j'ai vu quand on a perdu notre territoire ancestral.
So in my own generation, I can remember when we lost our ancestral territory.
On ne pouvait plus retourner.
We were not allowed to go back to the forest.
Ça a pris des années de retourner dans la forêt.
It took many years before we were allowed to go again.
Il a fallu qu'on construise notre propre politique.
So we had to build our own political association
pour défendre nos droits.
To defend our rights.
Et aujourd'hui, on voit beaucoup aller dans leur territoire ancestral, mais ça devient comme des chalets.
And today, for a lot of us, we go back to the ancestral territory, but we have a cabin there, but it's more like, modern a little bit.
mais c'est dans le cœur à eux. Ils sont contents de retrouver dans la forêt, mais on n'a pas le droit de rester à la longue.
In their heart, they're really happy to be allowed to go back, but they're not allowed to be there full year because the territory belongs to the government now.
Et c'est pas facile pour les jeunes générations.
And for younger generations, it's more difficult.
Nous, les écoles à cette heure, c'est inclus là-dedans.
So
ils doivent apprendre leur culture.
we tried keeping the connection for the younger generation so that in schools we try to bring them back to the traditions in schools. For instance, now they are allowed to teach the language again. For a long time, even in modern time, they were not allowed to speak their own language in modern schools. You know, it's quite recent that they are allowed to teach the language again. And once in a while, they have those activities in the forest so that the kids can still be in touch. But, you know, it's gradually.
Nous vivons très, très bien aujourd'hui. On est bien. Il n'y a pas juste des affaires négatives. On est heureux quand on retourne dans la forêt. On retrouve qui on est.
He says we spoke about many negative things, but he says when we go back to the forest, we are happy. We can be happy in life.
One of the issues, of course, that as I mentioned as program officer for an initiative called Interfaith Rainforest Initiative, is that we know that forests are, disappearing at alarming rates. Also, all over the world, we are witnessing droughts, fires, extreme climate events that are, increasing. So this is not a question, but it is rather an invitation to the public to register. Join virtually at 9 a.m. tomorrow. You will have a hard talk here at the conference specifically on the environment. So it will be a great privilege for us to hear your perspective on what is happening to our global climate and anything you wish to relay on that topic. With that, I also invite people who are participating and everyone in the world possibly to buy this book, read it. It is from a publisher called Vidacom and should be available in the process.
It's distributed in many different countries. We're really happy about that. Very lucky. Lucky to have you too also today to speak about it. It's such a privilege. Thank you.
And I understand people can access the foundation from Dominic Rankin at dominicrankinfoundation.com.
.com, yes.
That's it. And then we will now take a break until 1:30 p.m. before there's a set of roundtables for the registered participants of this conference. For all the unregistered participants, we do have a set of videos available here, 2 films. The first film is a film by the ICRC on faith and humanity, and it identifies areas of convergence and explores how religious circles can contribute to reducing suffering during armed conflict. At around 2 p.m., we will start with the second film, which is named A Burst of Song by Leah Beltrami. The film is taking place in the slums of Kolkata and tells the story of 3 girls who managed to rescue themselves by pursuing their dreams. In case you encounter any problems or you are not sure whether you are registered for a roundtable, please visit the virtual foyer through our event page. The virtual foyer is also a great place to exchange and experience generations in dialogue in practice, so make sure to check it out. The studio with our 2 great hosts, Emina and Renz, will be back at 3:30 p.m. They will share reflections and do a reflection interview with some of the diplomats here at the conference. So all of you can get an insight of what's being discussed at the roundtables that will be taking place right now. Stay tuned. Thank you for watching the conference on faith and diplomacy, where generations are here together, gathered in Lindau in dialogue.
I still remember once being asked, what should I do if in my village the military binds a person to a tree and tell me to kill him with a knife? May I do it or may I not do it?
Munin kalaguan sinaku buno sambil paadlaw yan na nang nasadya guro buno in kabulatan. I saw so many people burned. I think there is civilians people.
And the result will be death and blood. The land has been made to absorb bombs, blood, and dead bodies.
Di penjara kita sangat terbatas ya saat itu. Hampir membaca buku pun tidak diperkenankan ketika itu ya. Syukurlah HRC datang membawa buku-buku. Itulah kami. Nah, di situ saya kemudian banyak belajar dan banyak mengetahui informasi-informasi tentang HRC yang lebih jauh lagi. Ya, khususnya tentang bagaimana dan apa sebetulnya yang diinginkan oleh HRC terhadap kami-kami ini, para tahanan ini.
And what is the problem now is even some of the Muslims, they do not understand Islam itself. If you compare Islamic law and the international humanitarian law, we can find that this international humanitarian law is based on the Lahai or the Geneva Conference. But of course, some of these rules should be made from the teaching of religion.
Even though there is a person cut our body into pieces, not by that we give the rise to the hatred to that person. The Buddha himself will not allow.
Kesatuan-kesatuan masyarakat hukum adat inilah yang sudah memiliki hukum-hukum tersendiri. Hukum-hukum adat yang berangkat dari tuntunan para leluhurnya.
If we want to attain peace in the world, we should start promoting peace among religions.
When I start working and forming a Buddhist monk network on social development, that started with the issues, where people in Thailand are having a problem with the government, and there are many issues, of course.
Many problems actually in Southeast Asia. Especially is about the unsettling or the national and regional security, because of we are pretty much influenced by the colonialization, and then how people moving from different border, and then they grow and then have a different economic opportunity. So this the social changes, then the economic distribution, inequality and poverty, it's also driven the conflict in the region.
There's always, as I see it from here, the big difference in ethnical, racial, of course also religious respect. Every country has her own problems.
Kemudian sampai saat ini memang sebagai warga negara yang masih mempertahankan ajaran leluhur kami sendiri,
masih banyak tantangan yang kami hadapi meskipun Indonesia sudah 72 tahun kemerdekaannya. Tetapi hak-hak sebagai warga negara masih belum sepenuhnya kami dapatkan.
Saya banyak merenung ya tentang konflik-konflik yang terjadi yang menjadi penyebab mungkin saya ditangkap di Filipina. Saya tahu betul bahwa apa yang dituduhkan pada saya, kasus yang kami hadapi saat itu kami tidak melakukan, menjadi alasan penangkapan itu. Tetapi saya ditangkap karena mungkin mereka melihat peran-peran saya atau keterlibatan saya dalam konflik-konflik yang terjadi pada saat itu baik di Ambon maupun di Poso. Itu. Nah, saya banyak merenung. Mungkin banyak hal-hal yang mungkin salah dalam apa yang saya lakukan.
I already impassive that I am never involved in criminal or civil case in my country, including then often repeat malicious news item linking me to the bombing of the Philippine Embassy in Jakarta.
Remember, the People Power Revolution was in 1986. So I was there in that transition, and it was very violent where I was. It was in Davao City. Every day there would be killings. The search for peace is quite important, and it remains a very, very important challenge in Mindanao. Because there's conflict between the government and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, together with the Moro National Liberation Front. There's also conflict between the government, the military, and the New People's Army of the Communists. But the conflict in Mindanao is not limited to those vertically related conflicts. You also have conflicts based on resources, mining.
The division was a political division into provinces, and then later on more divisions took place into provinces. North Cotabato, then Maguindanao, and then another division in South Cotabato, it's South Cotabato and Sarangani province, and then another division in our area, Sultan Kudarat province. So there are now 5 provinces in that, where originally there was only one province.
The Regional Human Rights Commission is basically mandated to investigate human rights violation in the autonomous region. Its mandate is just like the same as the National Human Rights Commission of the Philippines. But we are independent from the Commission on Human Rights. We are likewise independent from the regional government. And basically, most of the incidents that we are investigating is rooted on armed conflict. Every time we hear or learn that there is an armed conflict in or for example in Maguindanao, our special investigators go down and investigate human rights violation.
Both conflicts in eastern Indonesia happened in places where a formerly Christian Protestant majority became a minority by Muslim migration, not a planned migration, because Indonesia is full of migrants everywhere, and then it can become dangerous. We had such conflicts in Kalimantan, we had it in South Sumatra, but I think there's a cultural thing.
For me, I believe that there is no religion that is promoting conflict. It's not a principle under any religion to promote conflict.
The problem is not a religion's problem. I think it's about politics. I think Because our religions did not teach the burn the house, the innocent people. I think we should educate the people. This in our place a lot of kidnapping. It's very bad.
When you look at all holy books, Bibles, there are always things that you could interpret as doing war or bringing peace. And this is something that you could escalate, especially when you're talking about power and you're talking about politics. Of course, you say the others are our enemies.
It's not the religion per se, but the human who claim religions as the reason or the causes. All religions teach us how to be loving each other. So it doesn't make sense if we say that religion is the cause of the conflicts.
Especially for the religious leaders, they have to sit together, they have to talk, they have to have the dialogue, and they have to find out the solutions, and of course they have to bring up what is good in the religion.
If we look into this issue, I mean the situation in southern part very deeply, we can see that it is not the issues of religion, because people can live still can, in many part of southern Thailand, they still can live together, and they protect one another.
We are talking about dialogue of words. It's not just table dialogues. It's not just talking theological things on the table, but we are talking about how we could work together.
It is really high time for us to do interfaith and be sure that we can effect the people that are making the government policies. So why don't we do interfaith with the people in the Congress, because they are responsible in the legislation? Okay, and why can't we not forge interfaith with the rebel group, for example? Okay, so if we really mean to create an impact, I think better start from the grassroots.
I believe that if every religionist will understand the teaching of his religion, the people of the book, if they understand the message of the Bible, there will be no trouble. As the Muslims also, if they really stick to the teaching of the Quran and the Sunnah, there will be no trouble.
I would like to examine how much we spend for the military, and maybe easily 1/3 of that could be transferred to enhance education, especially in the far-flung areas where the young people are recruited, vulnerable to recruitment, to taking up arms. Health, of course. How can you study if you do not have a full stomach?
Most important thing is protecting against suffering.
There are 4 values, humanitarian values that we have. Humanity, neutrality, independence, and service. I think service. Those 4 values that your organization is trying to work from are also values that the Catholic faith are working from and trying to infuse into the work of humanitarian work or the peace process itself.
In the humanitarian principle, you just help without asking, are you Muslim, are you Buddhist, or are you anything else, or are you agnostic? You just help the persons
that are victimized.
Not looking at whether they are from this particular fraction or that particular fractions. So we are totally neutral in our distribution.
So the need itself, it's need to be addressed, not the based on the right of the donors or the right of the people who give, but the right of the people of the affected peoples.
Hatred is not seized by hatred. Love alone sees hatred. So that means we should have a loving kindness for everyone. And according to Buddhism, we are all friends.
Kamu pangaji sin Islam ingkatan manusia subay siya pag-addatan, subay siya pagmartabatan, subay siya halgaan. Sabab ini in agama Islam nagdara siya message humanity. Qala ta'ala wa ma arsalnaka illa rahmatan lil alamin.
Serta hanya di dalam manusialah punya kemampuan untuk mengendalikan dan mempertimbangkan apa yang baik dan buruk. Di dalam makhluk yang lain tidak. Nah, mengevaluasi diri, dan itu menjadi karakteristik yang harus kita pertahankan sebagai sejatinya manusia. Itu menjadi modal.
All these Geneva Conventions, 1, 2, 3, 4, I think there's no opposition from what the Bible says. I mean, from the beginning to end, God wants this people to take care of. His people to take care of even those who are different, but not also different, but who are weak. And I think one of the worst of humanity is to kill those who are helpless, or to make use of those who are weak.
Who really suffer? It's the civilians, it's the children, and most of them women. Okay, and we also found out very high mortality, maternal mortality, infant mortality.
Yang paling bagus kita mengatakan sebenarnya tidak ada konflik. Itu hal yang terbagus kan. Tapi jika konflik itu terjadi, inilah resiko dari sebuah konflik. Warga-warga sipil kemudian menjadi korban dari konflik tersebut.
If you are not allowed to torture anybody, how much more for yourself? And of course, let us say the dead bodies of the enemy, you have to respect as humanity. I remember right in a hadith, tradition of the Holy Prophet, once a Jew, a funeral of a Jew passing by, the Holy Prophet stood up. He respected the passing by. He knew that it was a Jew. He knew that it was not a Muslim, but he respected us human beings. And then if you can find any corpse, whether you do not know whether he is a Muslim or not, and then you have to bury him, yes, properly. Otherwise, you have abandoned the respect for humanity.
Di na kita makaiyan wayron lingong sindunya. In whole world, aon sa jalingong. Aon sa jalingong sa bang aon buno bang man nasig. Ini in wayron lamod. Sababin ICRC atau HIL malaggo tuodin mga ini challenge kanila.
As a Muslim, I did not know about the Red Cross. I only didn't know Red Cross is like crusade. But then what is good, because the Geneva Convention, it's already, signed by all states, whether it is Christians, Muslim, or Buddhists, or Hindus, or anything. They agreed together, all of them.
The Geneva Convention, the United Nations Charter of Human Rights are valid in terms of they are based on the natural law. Respect for life is one of the most important values there.
Wayroon siya sulang pa amuin Islamic pamando Islamic biyayan na timawangin biya kataan wala sin Muslim Islamic country timawang sabab malingkat in message sin amuin na Israel min sin ICRC makuyag tuod ako minsan wayroon tungod tumawang sabab sibu day message nato sibu day message sin ARC ICRC HIL iban sin yanganangan namo amuin in mga tao wayroon lamod amoy na di sila mabiktim sin amoy armed conflict yung panganan.
They're fighting without the rule of order.
We refuse to talk to each other. Like, if we have interfaith, we should have intrafaith, right? Okay, so Muslims these days are celebrating much of our differences and labeling people like, you're Shia, you're Wahhabi, you're Kharijites, you're Khawarij, you're extremists. All this labeling, it did not produce the peace that we need in the Muslim Ummah, but rather it divided us. And who are benefiting from this? Well, look at what is happening in the Middle East, for example. And my fear, we will be importing this kind of like mentality here in the Philippines.
Several years ago, a bomb exploded right in front, right under the roast pig in that shop across the street. And then I was celebrating Mass at the time. And one of the passengers who were killed, five people were killed. One of the passengers of a jeepney went down the jeepney and was hit by a shrapnel of the bomb here. And he died at the front of the church, in the gate of the church. I'll show you where it is. The young boy died here.
Especially for the fundamentalists, which now increasing. But actually that is not just only just few people who really don't understand, in my understanding, who really don't understand their own religion, the essence of their own religions, and then they become exclusive, they become fundamentalists, and then that cause the conflict, that cause the violence that happens.
I think it is high time for us to realize that when we do forum, we gather people in a room with good facilities. The question is, after this forum and seminar, what will we do? Okay? And I think we have to bring the interfaith activities to the grassroots. Okay? Why don't we talk to the driver? Why don't we talk to the vendor, to the fisherman? It is where, we can really get the real picture of what is really happening on the ground. But where are we? Okay, where are we?
And this is, I think, the first thing that we must have, creating a space, for discussion.
More people doing good things, that will be beneficial for the society and the world.
Finding other ways to resolve conflicts, finding other ways to talk about the value of other groups, finding value in people of different cultural traditions, even finding value in people of other ideologies.
If they understand the real teaching, the real doctrine and their own religion about this love and wisdom, compassion and humanity, so I think that kind of like fundamentalists and so on will not happen.
Reducing conflict is bringing hope to those who become victims, because the victims of conflicts, not those who are bringing swords or crying for war or something like that, but the people. I mean the real people, and they still have hearts, especially the communal conflict, and they still have a relation with one another, and bringing hope to these people that peace is still there, and peace can come sooner or later.
And by working together, by coordinating our actions, we will understand better the other religions. And once we understand better, I think we will find out ultimately that actually more similarities than differences in the religion. I think that's the future of humanity.
I'm always afraid at night. I still hear the footsteps. I hear the voices of men. I'm afraid like when I was a child.
ভীষণ ভয় লাগতো কোনো লোককে আমি যদি দেখতে মানে বিশেষ খাস করে যে কোনো পুরুষ মানুষকে যদি দেখতাম আমার খুব প্রচুর ভয় লাগতো মনে করতাম যে বাবা ও লোক আসছে কেন আমাকে মনে হয় এবার নিয়ে চলে যাবে বা অন্য কাউকে দিয়ে বিক্রি করে দেবে আমার ওইটা হচ্ছে সবথেকে মানে আমার লাইফের ওই জিনিসটা সবথেকে বেশি ভয় আর ওই ভয়টা এখনো পর্যন্ত থেকে গেছে
When I fly, I forget all fears. I look at the world from above, and the problems become small. I have always dreamed of flying. It was my greatest desire. I became a flight attendant. My name is Rahima.
আমার নাম সুনিতা আমার বয়স এখন 32 বছর আমার মা মারা গেলেন 2006-তে তারপরে মারা যাওয়ার পর আমি লোকের বাড়িতে কাজ করতাম তারপর মারা দৌড়ে অনেক মারধর করতো পড়াশোনা তো কিছুই শেখায়নি মামার বাড়িতে কাজ করতাম
Now I have many friends. My companions have become like sisters. Bharati is a few years older than me. She's a very good mother. She taught me many things. Sumita has a very painful history, but she became a ground attendant, and I hope she finds a good job soon. Our paths have intertwined in Kolkata, a strange, fascinating city full of contradictions.
আমি আমার নাম ভারতী সিং আমি হচ্ছে 30 বছর বয়স এখন আমার বাড়ি এখানেই পাশেই আছে এখান থেকে 2 স্টপেজ আগেই আছে খিদিরপুর আমার বাড়ি যে এলাকা বা আমার বাড়ি যে জায়গা সে জায়গাটা ভালো নয় সেটা হচ্ছে রেড লাইন এরিয়াতে আমার বাড়ি আমাদের ওখানে মানে আমার বাড়ি যে জায়গা যে এলাকা এটা একদম পুরো টোটালি বস্তিও বলতে পারেন ইয়া এমনি পাড়া বলতে পারেন বাট ওখানে কারোর লাইফ ভালো নেই ওখানে ট্রাফিকিংটা বেশি হয় মানে মেয়ে একটু বড় হলে তাকে ও রেড লাইনে দাঁড় করিয়ে দেওয়া বাগেরা বাগেরা অনেক কিছু হয় তো আমি ওটা হতে পারিনি কারণ আমার মা চেষ্টা করেছিল যে আমি লাইফে ভালো হয়ে
The red line zone is called Sonagachi, and it is the biggest red light quarter in Asia. I was born in another place. The road has no name. It is difficult for me to go back to the places of my childhood. I look at the children's faces. I wish all of them would make it. I wish every child could have an opportunity to get out and live a life of dignity. Below the bridges, villages are effectively created like along the railways. My dad abandoned me when I was little, and my mom was often ill. We too went to live by the railway, where it was easier to find food. Without Dad's protection, nights by the train were a nightmare. I was 4 when my mom, who was gravely ill, brought me to the Sisters of Providence. It wasn't easy. I missed Mom. The sisters made me play all the time, and so did the other girls, like Bharati and Sumita.
প্রথমে জিজ্ঞেস করছে লাইফের ব্যাপারে, মানে আগে কেমন ছিল, এখন কেমন হয়েছে, শিক্ষাদের সাথে কেমন ছিলে, কি কি শিখলে।
আমি যেখানে ছিলাম আমার বাড়ি ভালো জায়গা না, বস্তি এলাকা, মানে যেখানে হচ্ছে সবথেকে খারাপ লোকেরা থাকে বা খারাপ ব্যবহার যাদের হয় তারা ওখানে ছিল। আর যেহেতু আমি একজন মেয়ে, আমার মা বুঝেছে যে আমার মেয়ে যদি এখানে থাকে তাহলে হতে পারে এখানে যাতে ওদের নোংরা ব্যবহার বা নোংরা কিছুই শিখবে। এখান থেকে আমি সিস্টারদের কাছে ছোটবেলা থেকেই ছিলাম, আর আমি এখান থেকেই পড়াশোনা শিখেছি এবং এখান থেকে যা কিছু আমি পেয়েছি সব ভালো, মানে সিস্টাররা যা শিখিয়েছে আমাদেরকে আমার লাইফে, মানে আমার জীবনে যা কিছু হয়েছে সব সিস্টারদের এতে শিখেছি আমি। আমার শুরু থেকে প্রথম তো মনেতে একটু ভয় ভয় ছিল যে আমি ওখান থেকে এসে এখানে একটা বন্ধ ঘর বন্ধ জায়গায়, কারণ আমি যেখানে ছিলাম সেটা পুরো খোলামেলা খোলা জায়গায়, কারোর বাধা নেই বিঘ্ন নেই কিছু নেই। লেকিন এখানে আসার পরে যদি আমি কিছু করতাম তো সিস্টার বলতে এই এটা করবে না, এটা করা উচিত না, এটা যাবে না, ওখানে যাবে না, এটা মানে বন্ধভাবে মানে কাউকে ধরো বন্ধ করে রাখার ওরকম প্রথম একটু মনে হতো। তারপরে 1-2 মাস 15 দিন যাওয়ার পরে আমার মনে হতো না যে ঠিক ওরকম কিছু আছে, মনে কি না এটাই আমার নিজের বাড়ির মতন।
Here, I had the chance to go to school when I was 5, attending the best schools until 12th grade.
তারপরে ওখান থেকে কলকাতায় কাজে এসেছিলাম, ওখান থেকে কাজের বাড়িতে টর্চারিং করতো বলে তার জন্য ওখান থেকে পালিয়ে গিয়েছিলাম। পালিয়ে যেতে একটা রোডের মধ্যে দাঁড়িয়ে কাঁদছিলাম, তারপরে একটা ভদ্রলোক নিয়ে গিয়ে আমাকে কি বলে মাদার টেরেসা এতে দিয়ে এসছে। ওখান থেকে ডন বস্কো থেকে আশাদীপ্তি এসেছি 2007 নভেম্বর মাসে। ভালোভাবে মানুষ হলাম, সিস্টাররাও খুব ভালোভাবে রেখেছে, কোনো ইয়ে নেই। সিস্টাররা ভালোভাবে যতটা পেরেছে পড়াশোনা শিখিয়েছে, সেলাই শিখিয়েছে, ঠাকুরনগর বোর্ডিংয়ে পড়াশোনা শিখিয়েছে। তারপরে সিস্টাররাও আমাকে খুব ভালোবাসত, কেননা আমি একটু খুব জিদ্দি ছিলাম।
Bharati and Sumita often come back here to help out the sisters with the younger girls. The sisters dedicated the whole first year to make me smile. To smile again, for those who lived certain situations, is the most important thing. It all gets easier after that, although fear remains, especially at nighttime. Another important step which I understood as I got older was to give me a dream and make it come true. My dream was to fly.
এত পড়াশোনা করার পরে নিজের লাইফে নিজেই স্ট্রাগল করছি, লেকিন আমার তবুও মনে হয় কি যে আমি ছোটোবেলা থেকে ওই জিনিসটাকে এখনও পর্যন্ত আমি ভুলতে পারছি না। আর আমি জানি না আমি কবে ভুলব, আমি জানি না, লেকিন আমার এখনও ওই জিনিসটা প্রচুর ভয়। আমি পুরুষ মানুষদেরকে দেখলে ভয় পেতাম। তারপরে আমার খুব শুধু ভয় হতো কি যে না আমাকে এই লোকটা আসছে মানে আমাকে নিয়ে যাবে আর আমাকে বিক্রি করে দেবে। আমার বিক্রি করার ওই জিনিসটা আমার মনের ভিতরে এখনো পর্যন্ত আছে, আমার প্রচুর ভয় লাগে। আমার ওখানে থাকা মানে আমি আজ যদি আমার মায়ের কাছে থাকতাম তাহলে হয়তো আমি এই লাইফটা পেতাম না। আমার এত ভালো শিক্ষা বা আজ নিজের পজিশনে দাঁড়ানো আমি কোনোদিন এটা পেতাম না। আমি হয়তো ওখানকার মতো রেড লাইনে কোথাও না কোথায় শায়দ এখানে থাকতাম না, না বম্বে যেরকম সোনাগাছি কালীঘাট আছে শায়দ এখানে কোথাও থাকতাম। বাট আমি ওই জিনিসটা মনে করে আমি মানে ওই জিনিসটা আমি মনে করলে আমার নিজের মানে খুব কান্না মানে খুব ব্যাড ফিল করি, কারণ আমার ওটা মনে করে আমার খুব কষ্টদায়ক। তারপরে এখানে সিস্টার রোজ ছিল, আর আমি আমার মানে জীবনে আমি সিস্টার রোজ, সিস্টার অ্যানিস, সিস্টার মিনি আর সিস্টার বিন্দু এদেরকে আমি পেয়েছি। এরা মানে আমার লাইফে এসে আমার মানে জীবনের একজন মনে করুন যে খুব ভালো মানে আমার নিজের মা বাবা নিজের পরিবার যেটা আমাকে দিতে পারিনি সেটা আমি এখান থেকেই পেয়েছি। আমার ভালো শিক্ষা মানে ভালো ব্যবহার করতে, কিভাবে মানে চলতে হয় জীবনের পথে বা কাকে কোন কোন জিনিসকে এড়িয়ে চলতে হয় সেগুলো আমাকে সিস্টাররাই শিখিয়েছে।
আমরা এখানে থাকতে চাইছিলাম না, তখন আমি চাইছিলাম আমার বাড়িতেই যেতে, কেননা এখানে কাউকে চিনি না জানি না। তারপর সিস্টার নির্মলা অনেক বুঝতো, দেখো এখানে ভালো জায়গা আছে, একটু পড়াশোনা করো, ভালোভাবে থাকো, ভালো মানুষ হবে, ভালোভাবে থাকতে পারবে। সিস্টার নির্মলা কিন্তু অনেক বুঝতো। তারপর সিস্টার আনিস ছিল, সিস্টার রোজ তো আরও জানো না অনেক ছোট স্কুল খেয়ে খাবে না। সুইট কি বানিয়েছি কি? হ্যাঁ সেটা আমরা কিছু বানাই না, আমরা পার্টি দিই ভাবি ডিস্ট্রিক্টে বেসিক্যালি প্রবলেম হচ্ছে আমার পার্টি দিই নেই বাবা নেই, তুই ওখানে বস, তুই আমি ওখানে বসেছি, ওখানে বাজার কর না টিভি বসে আমাদের গাছে হাত দিচ্ছে।
কি সুন্দর হয়েছে।
তাই জন্য বিয়েটা অল্প বয়সেই দিয়ে দিল। এখন বিয়ের পরে কিছু দিন হ্যাপি লাইফ, তারপরে সুরো টর্চারিং নেই। এক মাস পর থেকেই মানে গালাগালি তারপরে
বাড়িতে দিয়ে দাও, বাড়িতে কিছুটা দেয় না, খালি মানে
বাচ্চা নিলাম, তাতেও সুখী পেলাম না। বাচ্চা নিয়ে অনেকবার পালিয়ে গেলাম। কিন্তু সেই হিসেবে বিয়ে দিয়েও তো সিস্টাররা কোনো করতে পারলো না। তারপরে নিজে থেকে তবু চেষ্টা করলাম যে ওদের বাড়িতে খেতে পেতাম না অনেকবার। আপনারা হয়তো জানেন না, সিস্টার আমাকে অনেকবার চাল ডাল চুরি করে দিয়ে এসছে। এটা কেউ জানুক না জানুক, সিস্টার আনি সিস্টার রোজ ভালো করেই জানে। আমার বাড়িতে অনেকবার চাল ডাল তেল সাবুন শাড়ি অনেকবার কিনে দিয়ে এসছে। আমি তখন অতটা এত কষ্টে লাইফ কেটেছে আমাকে বলা নেই। তারপর নিজে থেকে দেখলাম যে এনাদের থেকে আরও কত নেব।
আর আমি একটা হিন্দু, মানে আমার পুরো ফ্যামিলি টোটালি হিন্দু। আর আমার মামার বাড়ি বি হিন্দু, বাপের ঘর থেকে বি সবাই আমরা হিন্দু। আমি এখানে আসার পরে আমি একটাই জিনিস শিখেছি যে মানুষের থেকে বড় কোনো ধর্ম নেই, আর মানুষের থেকে বড় কোনো মানে মানুষের থেকে বড় কোনো কিছুই নেই। আমার মানে হিন্দু, মুসলিম, খ্রিস্টান আমার কিছুই লাগতো না। আমি সবসময় মনে করতাম যে মানুষই হচ্ছে আসল ধর্ম। আর এর থেকে আমি জানি যে আমি এখানে এতদিন মানে পুরো মানে আমার পুরো লাইফ কেটে যাচ্ছে এখনো পর্যন্ত আমার ওই জিনিসটা মনে আসেনি যে আমি হিন্দু ছিলাম কেন, এটা খ্রিস্টানদের এটা করব কেন। আমার সব কিছু ভালো লাগতো। আমার মনে হয় যে সে হিন্দুদের ভগবান হোক আর মুসলিমদের আল্লাহ হোক আর খ্রিস্টানদের গড হোক, আমার মতে একই জিনিস। আমার মনের ভিতরে কোনোদিন ওই জিনিসটা আসেনি যে আমি হিন্দু আছি আমি ওই জিনিসটা করব কেন বা এরকম আমার মনে কোনোদিন আসেনি। আমি মনে করতাম যে মানুষের থেকে বড় কোনো কিছু নেই। আর আমার যে মনের একটা অভিজ্ঞতা আছে, মানে মনের যে একটা ভাব আছে, মানে ওটাই আমার সব থেকে বড়। কারণ আমি এটা জানি আমাদের রক্ত আলাদা নয়, সে যে কোনো জাতের হোক, যে ধর্মের হোক, যে কুটুমেরই হোক, আমি জানতাম যে রক্ত আমাদের এক, মানে আমরা এক। আমার মনে এটা লাগতো।
लग जाएगा उतार उतार
If I think of where I come from and look at my flight attendant diploma, I still cannot believe it. Now I want to study more. I'm attending university. I want to move forward. The sisters continue to support me. They never let me give up. In the end, we will not be judged by how much we have worked, but by the weight of the love we will have put in our work, as Mother Teresa told us. Her tomb is a few blocks away from the sisters' house. This is Kolkata. It vibrates on Tagore's verses. It walks Gandhi's steps. It breathes the love of Mother Teresa.
পয়সা করি কোনো জায়গায় রেখে শান্তি পেতাম না। তারপরে একবার কি হলো, অনেক মারধর করেছে। সিস্টার অ্যানিস ফোন করে বলছে মারবে না, মারবে না, মারবে না, তুমি ওকে মারবে না। ও তবু সিস্টার অ্যানিসের এতে ও সিস্টার অ্যানিসকে নোংরা ভাষায় গালাগালি দিচ্ছে। তো নোংরা ভাষায় গালাগালি দিয়েছে সিস্টার অ্যানিসকে। আমি তোমার মাকে যদি এটা কেউ গালাগালি দিত তোমায় কেমন লাগতো? দুনিয়াতে দেখে আসছে কে কীরকম লোক আসছে। তারপরে এখন আলাদা আছি ফিলহাল। বাচ্চাটার ভবিষ্যৎ তো নষ্ট হয়ে গেল, এটাই কিছু নেই। অনেকটা এতে আছি। এখন লোকের বাড়ি রান্না বান্না করি, থাকি ভালোভাবে। আর কিছু জিজ্ঞেস করার আছে?
বাট আগের মতন যতটা করতাম ততটাই নেই, লেকিন তবুও না তবু একটু আছে। কারণ আমি এখন একলা ট্রাভেল করি, তো এখন একলাই সব কিছু করি। তো রাতে ঘুমানোর পর মনে হচ্ছে যে না, কাল সকালে কি করে কাজে যাব, কোনো হাদসা আমার সঙ্গে যেন না হয়ে যায় বা কিছু এরকম না হয়, সেটা একটা মনে একটু তো ভয় থাকবেই। পুরোপুরি এখনো পর্যন্ত যাওয়ার মতন হয়তো হয়নি এখন। আমি আর নাও আমি এখন ক্যান্সার পেশেন্ট। তো আমার লাইফ পুরো টোটালি মানে স্ট্রাগল করাই, একটা লড়াই করে করেই আমি এত দূর অবধি এসেছি। আবার নিজের বাড়িতেই থাকি, কারণ আমার একটা ছেলে আছে, তার পড়াশোনা, এবার মা বাপ অনেক বয়স হয়ে গেছে, এখনও ওখানেই আছি, খিদিরপুরেই থাকি, লেকিন অন্য ঘর নিয়ে, যে ঘর ছিল সে ঘরে না, অন্য পাশে একটা ঘর, দুটো ঘর নিয়েছি, সেখানে মা বাবাকে রেখেছি। এখন মা বাবাকেই সেবা করি আর ছেলেকে মানুষ করছি, আর নিজের লাইফের এত কিছু লড়ছি। যেহেতু ক্যান্সার পেশেন্ট কারোর জন্য সহজ হয় না, তো এখন নিজের লাইফে লড়ছি জেতার জন্য, যে জিততে পারি কিনা।
এখন আমার জীবনটা অনেক বিজি হয়ে গেছে, মানে ব্যস্ত হয়ে গেছে। কখনো মানে সময় নেই আমার বসে থাকা বা বন্ধুদের সাথে একটু নাচ গান করা, খেলাধুলা, একটুও টাইম নেই। এখানে আসতে হয় কখনো ডকুমেন্টসের জন্য, ডকুমেন্টস ঠিক করার জন্য, তারপর আমার ইন্টারভিউয়ের জন্য যেতে হয়, দেন ক্লাসের জন্য যেতে হয়, মানে একটু বসার টাইম নেই। আর আমি চেষ্টা করছি যেন আরও ব্যস্ততার মধ্যে আমি আমার নিজের কাজটা করতে, যত জীবনে ব্যস্ততা করব, একটা ভালো স্যালারি নিতে চাই, একটা ভালো কাজ পেতে চাই এই ব্যস্ততার মধ্যে।
My hobby, computer engineer.
I hobby, computer engineer. My field Kavaji. Our best subject English.
My name is Sivli Haldar. My study in class 5. My hobby, dance teacher.
My hobby is doctor. My favorite hobby doctor.
My name is Champa Das. I study class 10. My hobby is dancing. I become army. My favorite player rugby. My favorite fruit pizza. झंडा चमके